here as a ballistic expert, not so.
That is correct.
Therefore, we do not live in a perfect world. Regulations are there to provide guidelines, but they will never be able to cover all future or potential circumstances which may arise. These are words that came from a ballistic expert, not so.
nokuthi kukhona izimo imithetho ngokusisenzayo engafinyeleli kuzona akuona amazwi akho yini la wakhiphile.
That is correct. They were uttered by a ballistics analyst in response to the question that was posed yesterday.
Yebo lama kama la kisho uchwepheshe ballistic ephendula umbuzo obubuziwe isona.
And that question related to ballistic expertise, not so.
But that was in response to a question by Advocate Mshololo regarding the conduct of Lieutenant Colonel Mangena by collecting the firearm himself at Cleveland Police Station. And the witness then answered, in that way that you can't make provision for each and every situation. That was the context in which he gave this, not in the context of ballistic evidence, as Leonard Friend seems to imply.
These words were uttered by a ballistic expert within the context of ballistic expertise, not so.
Namazwi la akhisho uchwepheshe weze ballistic kukhulunywa ngeindaba eziphathelene nokuhlolwa kwenhlamvu ballistic akunjalo.
Yeah, but I cannot agree to that because ballistics has got different areas. So this answer was specific to a specific question that was asked.
Ngeke ngiphendule lapho ngoba uma sikhuluma ngeballistic kunento eziningi eziphathelene nayo. Lo mpendulo lena nginike ngiphendula umbuzo oqondile ebengibuzwa wona.
I'm coming there. I just wanted us to clear the path so that as we go along, we don't confuse issues. Do you understand?
Bengifuna nje ukuthi sizwane singakaqhubekeli phambili ukuze singaqakani.
I understand, but the context is very important.
Yebo ngiyakuzwisisa kodwa ukuthi lo mbuzo ubuzwephi nempendulo ipendule kusiphi isimo kusemqoka nalokho.
Surely the context was not within an aviation context. This was within a ballistic context.
Mr. Yes, please. This witness says when he uttered those words, they were with a particular reference and context. And the context, if I recall, is that it was being put to him regarding whether it is proper for exhibits to be booked by a policeman who subsequently does not go and register those exhibits at the center and just proceeds in examining them. Am I quoting correctly?
That is correct, my lord.
Yes, it was in that specific context about Mangani having gone to Cleveland Police Station and having taken the alleged firearm and the alleged 2 bullets and other bullets which were in a blue container, etc. And he signed for them there instead of collecting them at the reception center, according to Ms. Mshololo. And this is the context in which the colonel uttered those words. Specified, not any other thing. That is the context. It was about Mangani allegedly taking exhibits from Cleveland Police Station which were not bound up and continuing to examine them.
My Lord, I said I'm coming there, but we're taking
Yeah,
it
but you're
step by
asking this
step.
witness about the words he used. And he is trying to say that is the context. So where are we going to?
I'm saying, my Lord, I'm coming there. But for starters, we need to clear the path. May I then proceed?
Yeah,
Irrespective of the context that I'm forced to get into before I can get into it. Is this a philosophy, a creed or ethos that are shared by the ballistic forensic science laboratory in South Africa as a whole, or it is just your own thinking?
Manje-ke lokhu kuyindlela ni zimisele ngayo, iyona ethos esetshenziswayo yini lapha, mhlambe-ke asithi-ke indlela yokucabanga yokubuka izinto lapha kwa ballistic.
My answer is based on ballistic South Africa.
Okay.
We have procedures in respect of the work that we do. As I have already explained, that there may be situations that fall outside that procedure.
Kunenqubo lesiyisebenzisayo lapha emsebenzini, khona-ke izinto ezingenziwa ezingaphandle kwaleyo nqubo esiyisebenzisayo.
That may require a particular or a specific course of action to be taken.
Lapho-ke kungadingeka ukuthi kube nendlela okwenziwa ngayo ukulandelela ukuthi lokho akukho kule nqubo esetshenziswayo.
That is what I said yesterday.
Yilo ebengichaza zona.
Lieutenant Colonel, the question was a very simple one. Is this the philosophy of the Forensic Science Laboratory in South Africa, or this is your own thinking? It's just your own individual philosophy?
Lona umcabango wakho wena uwedwa noma-ke umcabango wendlela okubhekwa ngayo abasenza kwa ballistic bonke?
I do not operate as an individual. I operate within the system of rules.
Angisebenzi ngedwa kodwa ngisebenza ngaphansi kwemithetho.
So in the context of that answer, what is the direct answer to my question?
Yini impendulo yakho kulo mbuzo wami?
The answer to your question is that we are rule bound, but there may be circumstances which are not provided for.
Yebo sinemithetho esibusayo kodwa-ke kukhona-ke izimo lapho-ke le mithetho engafinyeleli kuzona.
Let's cut it very short. So this is a philosophy that is shared in the entire fraternity of the Forensic Science Laboratory, particularly the ballistic section thereof here in South Africa.
Should iyona philosophy esisetshenziswayo yini ngabasenza ngaphansi kwe-ballistic izwe lonke?
That is not my words.
Akuyona amagama ami lawo.
Hayibo, Colonel. These words came from you. Were you representing the Forensic Science Laboratory when you said these words, or this was just your words, your own individual words?
Well, the witness has already answered it.
And what was the answer? The state say the witness has already answered, and what was the answer? What is the answer? Because you say those are not my words.
More than one time, Smolot, he
What
said
was the answer?
he's rule bound. He doesn't operate on his own. He's operate within the rules laid down by Ballistic South Africa.
I did not get the answer, my lord, because the witness is, it's simple. I'm asking him a very simple question, Lieutenant Colonel Serrero. You said these words within a particular context. For a moment, let us agree. You said them within a particular context because of a particular question. But the question that I'm asking you is, these words which you said in that particular context, do they represent the entire fraternity of the Forensic Science Laboratory, in South Africa, the ballistic section thereof, or this is just your own individual answer? In other words, would Forensic Science Laboratory to South Africa come here, the ballistic section, and say, yeah, no, we share the same sentiment in respect of that answer? Or they will say, no, not in our name. Simple as that.
Kama uthe wakhiphe ngaphansi kwesimo esithize uphendula umbuzo othize. Kodwa kumbuzo wami ukuthi ke iyona yini indlela emele indlela okusetshenzwa ngayo ngaphansi kwe-ballistic section yes-National Forensic Laboratory. Uma abantu base-National Ballistic Section, uma bengeza la base-National Forensic Laboratory, beza la bazosho bathi le ndlela okusetshenzwa ngayo le.
I'm not going to answer this question with yes or no. What I can say is that we are rule bound.
Engeke ngakwenza ukuthi ngiphendule ngithi yebo noma cha, kodwa ngizosho ukuthi thina ke sisebenza ngaphansi kwemithetho.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel. You will not answer this question. Thank you. Now, you said, you gave this answer or you uttered these words within a context of some exhibits which were fetched at Cleveland by Mangena. Not so.
Pendulelo mbuzo njobushuthe uphendule umbuzo emva kokuthi ubuzo umbuzo mayelana lokuthi uKolonel Mangena wahamba wayothatha imibukiso eCleveland. Anjani?
Yes, that was in relation to the question relating to the fetching of the firearm.
Yebo lokho akuhambelana nokulanda kwakhe isibhamu.
Thank you. Now, before we get there, is it correct that you said, in circumstances where an exhibit is brought to the Forensic Science Laboratory by a member from the local criminal record center, an investigating officer, or their agent, in a seal, not a seal, in a bag, the seal thereof that is broken, Forensic Science Laboratory of South Africa will not admit that exhibit, not so?
Awusho yena ukuthi makukhona ke okulethwa ovela kwa-CRC noma umseshi noma ke obamele eletha ngesikhwama ke esesivuliwe nina kwa-National Forensic Laboratory angeke niwamukele lo mbukiso?
Yes, ordinarily we will not accept it.
Yebo ngendlela ejwayelekile angeke siyamukele.
Unless it is of a nature that it cannot be sealed.
Ngaphandle kuma ukuthi ke ngalendlela ukuthi ke ayingeke ukwazi ukuthi sivalisiswe leso sikhwama.
Like a bonnet of a motor vehicle, for example.
Njengomhlambe ke sikhulume ngento enjengemoto ibonnet yemoto.
Thank you. A tire as well, as you said.
Netire njengobushilo.
That is correct.
Yebo.
And a door, as you said.
Nesicapha njengobushilo.
That is correct.
Yebo.
And many other objects which are of a big nature. For instance, a bicycle itself, a motor bicycle, even a car itself.
Nezinye ke izinto ezinkulu asithi ke bicycle noma isithuthu anginjani?
That is correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel. Now, in the context of what you've just said, I gather that there are certain objects which, by regulation, the procedures and protocol from the Forensic Science Laboratory, when they are to be submitted to the laboratory, they need to be packed in sealed bags, not so?
Ngibona sengathi khona izinto ezifanele zifakwe esikhwameni ezivalisisiwe, sealed bags, uma ziyiswa eNational Forensic Laboratory. Akunjani?
That is correct.
Yebo kunjani.
What is the rationale for that? Why is that so? Why should those items that are capable of being packed into sealed bags, that they should be packed in sealed bags and the bags thereof should be sealed? Why is that necessary?
Yini ke isizathu sokuthi imibukiso le ifanele ifakwe esikhwameni esivalisisekayo siphinde sivalisiswe?
It's just to protect the integrity of the exhibit.
Hayi ukuthi ke ugcina ke ukuthi ungaguquguquleki kombukiso lo.
Now you'll have to explain, what do you mean the integrity of the exhibit?
Chaza uthini ukukhuluma ngokungaguquguquleki kombukiso?
To make sure that
Now, I'm going to request you to explain. You say now you're free to explain.
Manje ke ngicela ukuthi ujule kule ncazelo ozoyiletha.
it's just to ensure that we don't have things which are added to that exhibit or subtracted from that exhibit.
Okwenletha ke isiqiniseko sokuthi angeke kube nokunganezezelwa noma kususwe kulowo mbukiso
Or any temporary.
noma ke kube nenye ke indlela yokuguqula lo mbukiso ngaphandle.
Thank you. Now, those are the reasons why those items that are capable of being packed in specific seal bags would not be accepted in an event that that protocol is not followed, not so.
Kusho ukuthi ke uma kungenjalo lo mbukiso lo angeke uamukelwe akunjalo.
That is correct.
Yebo kunjalo.
Thank you. Now, are there any specific exceptions to what you have just explained now? In respect of those items that are capable of being packed in specific seal bags?
Ukhona ke yini okuvunyelwayo ukuthi kungalandeleli ke lemigomo?
I do not understand the question. I've already made examples of situations which may call for exceptions, but I may not be able to cover all of them.
Bengikuzwisisi ke lo mbuzo ngoba bese ngichazile ukuthi iziphi izinto ezingeke zakwazi ukuthi silandele le mithetho le esisebenza ngayo. Angazi ukuthi
No, the question is very simple. It's very simple. We're now speaking about items that are capable of being packed in specific seal bags, which when submitted to the forensic science laboratory, they need, the seal of those sealed bags need to be sealed before forensic science laboratory accept them. Otherwise, they will not be accepted. Now the question is there an exception to that rule?
Engikuzayo ukuthi khona izinto ezingabophezelwa ukuthi zilandelele le mithetho.
We do receive firearms that come to the forensic science laboratory for testing for the purpose of IDs.
Yebo sesithola izibhamu ezilethwe lapha laboratory ukuthi zizohlolwa.
And when they come, they are not sealed.
Masisa lapho ke azilethwa ngesikhwama esibhalisisiwe.
And then I can make example
Yes.
with another case again.
Ngingenza ke mhlambe isibonelo ngelinye icala.
Yes, proceed.
which was examined by Mr. Dave Peters, who was in this court.
Ukuthi khona kwahlolwa ke ubaba uDave Peters obekhona kule nkantolo.
Proceed.
Steel tromels of fire containing firearms were transported from Marikana in the Marikana case.
Masikhuluma ngecala laseMarikana khona izibhamu ezazingekho isikhwameni.
They were conveyed to the lab in tromels and they were not sealed individually.
Zathwalwa ke zifakwe kwitromela kusho ukuthi ke yilesi sikhwama esenziwa ngensimbi kodwa ke zasingabekiwe ngasinye esikhwameni sazo.
Yes.
So in that case, we didn't have the seals that reference is made to.
Thank you.
Manje ngalesi sikhathi ke sasingenazo zonke inamba zokuvalisisa.
That is why I say there may be other situations that I might not be able to remember.
Yebo yikho ngisho ukuthi khona izimo engeke ngakwazi ukuzikhumbula.
Now, you're making reference to the Marikana incident. That could have involved more than 50 firearms, not so?
Masikhuluma ke ngele icalele leseMarikana. Sikhuluma ukuthi kwakuyibhamu ezingaphezulu kwamashumi ayisihlanu kunjani.
And actually, it has just been brought to my attention by my colleague, Mr. Ramusupeli, that that case involved more than 600 firearms.
Ngisanda kutshelwa ukuthi lelo cala leli lalinezibhamu ezingaphezulu kwamakhulu ayisithupha.
Whether it involves 600 or 1,000, it is an exception to the general rule. I'm just indicating an exception to the general rule.
Nanoma ke ukuthi zazi iyikhulu noma zazi inkulungwane kodwa zikhombisa ukuthi ke kwakusekuphunyiwe kule mgomo le nemithetho elandelwayo.
Thank you. But you will not equate that situation or that incident where a single firearm is involved, not so.
Kodwa ngeke ukufanise lokho nalapho ke ekusetshenziswa lapho ke sikhuluma ngesibhamu esisodwa kunjani.
If I consider, because in this answer I'm going to be specific, not generic. Because Lieutenant Colonel Mangena's affidavit was brought to my attention yesterday. In his affidavit, he states the reason why he followed that particular course of action.
Now, just before you proceed, which affidavit are you talking about?
I do not remember the exhibit number of that affidavit.
No, but look, Lieutenant Colonel, the question that I've asked you was, you had referred to an incident at Marikane where Mr. Peterson had to go and collect and use a trommel. And you collected more than 600 firearms. Now that is an exception to the rule. It does not need any particular expertise to understand that that was an exception. But I'm specifically asking you, would you then say, in fact, the question that I asked you is, do you then realize that that example that you gave relating to 600 firearms is different from a case that involves only one firearm?
Umbuzo wami ukuthi njoba usubekile isibonelo saseMarikana la kunezibhamu eze amakhulu ayisithupha. Uyabona yini ukuthi akekho ongaboni ukuthi yebo leso simo isimo esasingajwayelekile. Kodwa ke lapha sikhuluma ngesibhamu esisodwa awukwazi ukulinganisa lezi zinto ezimbili.
And has not even come.
We said to the witness. This witness.
Yes, as a court case, the witness has already answered that. He said the number doesn't matter, it's about the principle.
But this witness in particular, I'm listening. He says he will be more specific. He won't now answer generic. He will be specific in the sense that yesterday he was shown the affidavit of Mangena. So you can tell us about that. Now you want to know which affidavit is that. Mangena made 3 or 5 affidavits, fine. But he is specific to a particular affidavit which he wants to extrapolate the example which he says is an exception. Am I being understandable?
No.
That is correct, my lord.
No, my lord, that is not what I'm asking. The simple question that I'm asking him, does he then realize that when a person is dealing with more than 600 firearms, which the general rule would normally be relaxed, is different from a situation where only one firearm is involved? I'm not asking him to go into Mr. Mangena's affidavit because I've not even started to talk about Mangena. I don't understand where Mangena's affidavit feature in my question. I'm still coming if I will ever get there. But now answer what I'm requesting you to give answers to. Answer the asked.
As a court precedent, that's where our objection comes in, that the witness has already answered that. He said it doesn't matter whether it's 1,000 firearms, the number doesn't matter. It's about the principle.
No, but me, I'm concerned about this witness. He's an experienced witness, 29 years or 27 years as a ballistic expert. He wants to respond to you, Mr.
Nisi.
Nisi.
Yes.
And you're trying to stop him.
I'm not stopping him.
Okay, just
I'm
tell us
saying
about-
let
wait,
him
wait, wait.
answer direct
Just
to
tell
my
us
question,
about
my lord. I'm
what
not
you
stopping
wanted
him.
to answer. What you wanted to answer. You.
Okay, no, it's fine.
Mandela's affidavit.
Mr. Ngube wants to see me, my lord.
Yeah, fine.
Thank you. Thank you, my lord. Lieutenant Colonel, just before we proceed on the issue of that trumbull container, I've got instructions that, or it is being brought to my attention that even if that trumbull is used, upon collection of those firearms, it gets locked and it gets sealed. In other words, they like a container, they're shipping containers. They just don't drive around willy-nilly without them having been locked and sealed properly. Those are the instructions that have been given to. In other words, upon collection, I see the court is, I don't know whether it's laughing or smiling.
Because
Yes.
this is direct evidence. I hope we shall hear it later. That they are sealed. Those 600 plus, they were sealed. Maybe we shall hear it later about that. And not transported willy-nilly.
Yes, my lord.
Yeah, fine.
Yes.
Yeah.
Fortunately, the expert that is involved, our expert,
Yes.
was
That's
the
why I
person
said-
that was involved.
That's why I say we
Yes.
shall hear, because I listened, it
Yes.
says Dick.
Yes,
Derek,
ma'am.
is it Dick? The expert, who was it?
Dave Peters.
Dave is the one who
Yes.
connected them. That's why
Yes.
I said he will tell us, of course.
Yes. That is the information that I'm requested to bring across you. But back to my question. There's a difference between 600 firearms and one firearm, not so?
Umubuzo wami kuwena uthi kukhona umehluko khona phakathi kwezibhamu ezingamakhulu ayisithupha nesibhamu esisodwa.
That is correct. There's a difference.
Yebo, ukhona umehluko.
Thank you.
But the circumstances that I'm referring to, the circumstances are not only based on quantities.
Izimo ke lezi azibheki kuphela ubuningi.
There could be other developments or other things in the matter.
Thank you.
Kukhona ezinye izinto ezingaba khona kuleso simo.
So if I use the word circumstances, it should not be interpreted only in terms of the number or the quantities of firearms. There could be other things as well.
Usho ukuthi uma ngikhuluma ke ngezimo singabheki kuphela ubuningi besibhamu kodwa sibheke nokuthi ke khona yini ezinye izinto ezingangena lapho eziyizimo.
You know, Lieutenant Colonel, now you continue to give another explanation. I'm going to ask you, if the view that you are expressing now, it's a view that is shared by the Forensic Science Laboratory of South Africa, or it's your own personal view? And you are going to tell me about rules and protocols and procedures. And I'm going to request you to bring those rules, which state those exceptions.
The rules cannot
You have
state-
said they are voluminous. They can be transported here by truck. There's no problem. The question is, the view that you have expressed now, is it your own personal view or it's a view that is also held by the Forensic Science Laboratory of South Africa?
I'm expressing the view based on a particular scenario that was given to me.
Ngibuzayo kona ukuthi indlela okusetshenzwa ngayo yini National Forensic Laboratory noma ke indlela wena obona ngayo athi silandelela imithetho.
I'm going to proceed. It is so that this court has heard that Mr. Mangena went to Cleveland to collect a firearm, which he ultimately used to do his own testing. But the nub of what he says in his collection of that firearm is the fact that he got that firearm in an open seal bag. Comma, you can respond.
Manje sikhuluma ukuthi ke Lieutenant Colonel Mangena waye Cleveland wayothatha ispa. Kodwa ke esibhekisisa kakhulu la kulokhu ukuthi wathola lesi spam sisesikhwameni esingavalisisile.
Do you understand?
Yangizwisisa.
I hear you.
Ngiyakuzwa.
Now, and we're talking about one firearm. Do you understand?
Sikhuluma ngesibhamu esisodwa la ngisizwa.
I understand.
Yes.
Normally when firearms are transported, when one firearm is taken to the forensic science laboratory, is it not a protocol that it needs to be in a seal bag?
Kanti akuyona yini indlela inqubo ekusetshenzwa ngayo ukuthi uma isibhamu sisuswa siyiswa eNational Forensic Laboratory sifanele sihambe nesikhwama esivalisisayo?
Because these questions are based on the work that was done by Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, not myself.
Yes.
So, I do not have all the reasons that Mangena had to take that particular course of action. I do not have the details of what he considered, everything regarding that decision. I do not have access to
I'm
that.
going to tell you the details.
Njengoba ke lapha ngizophendula umbuzo ukhuluma ngento eyenziwa uMangena ngizazi izathu zonke zokuthi yini indaba wenza ngalendlela enza ngayo futhi anginayo nemininingwane ukuthi ngingakwazi ukuphendula ephelele.
Thank you. That I understand. But now, the general rule is forensic science laboratory will only accept a firearm that is contained in a sealed bag, not so. That's the general rule.
Manje umthetho ojwayelekile uthi ke National Forensic Laboratory iyamukela imibukiso esesikhwameni ezivalisisiwe.
It's a general rule if we exclude all other circumstances.
Yebo umthetho olandelwayo uma ukuthi singeke sizinake noma sizibheke zonke ezinye izimo ezingaba khona.
The answer is yes, it is a general rule.
Yes.
Thank you.
Impendulo ke ukuthi yebo umthetho ojwayelekile wathi yebo.
Now, this is the background of what you seem to be avoiding. Mr. Mangena went to Cleveland to actually this firearm that he went to fetch from Cleveland is a firearm that one of his colleagues, Rulofs, worked on earlier. And after he conducted his test, he sealed it in a specific seal bag. And you said immediately after tests are done in a specific firearm, it gets sealed in a seal bag, not so?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Wena ke uthi lesi sibhamu sikhuluma ngaso sake sasihlolwa warrant officer Rulofs. Uthi ke wathi meseqeda ukusihlola lesi sibhamu wasesifaka ke esikhwameni esivalisisekayo.
Now, thank you. Firearm was taken back to where it came from. That is Cleveland Police Station.
Lesi sibhamu ke sasiphindiselwa la esasithathwa khona eCleveland.
I hear that.
Ngiyakuzwa.
Now there's evidence that was led that firearm was designed for destruction.
Kukhona ubufakazi obulethiwe ukuthi leso sibhamu lesi kwahloswe ukuthi sizoyo chithwa noma sizoyo destroy.
But before it could go for destruction, some information emerged that that particular firearm could as well be linked with another sin, which is the case that we're speaking about now.
Kwasekutholakala ukuthi lesi sibhamu lelo kungenzeka ukuthi sake sisetshenziswa nakwenye indawo njengoba sikhona la.
And then Mr. Mangena went there to fetch it.
Hayi ngoba mngena wasehamba kuyosilanda.
Upon his receipt of the firearm, he realized that that seal bag in which Mr. Rudolph sealed that firearm, the seal was broken.
Wasethola ukuthi lesi sibhamu sasesifakwe esikhwameni lesi uRolof seyena ayazi ukuthi isikhwama esivalisisiwe kodwa thola ukuthi sesivuliwe.
Do you understand the scenario up to that far?
Yes, sesifika la.
Up to this far, I'm following.
Thank you.
Ngiyakulandela.
Thank you, Colonel. Now, there was I think it's Captain Charlie, who was the custodian of those firearms.
Ngicabanga ukuthi khona uCaptain Njalo uyena owayephethe lezi sibhamu.
Now, his testimony is to the effect that yes, he had to follow certain protocols with regard to the destruction of those firearms and all those instructions that he had to comply with. But pertinently, that firearm, in fact, he said, he could not have received a firearm that he should have dealt with, which was not in a sealed bag, or the bag of which, the seal of which was broken, despite the fact that that firearm was destined for destruction.
Uthi yena wengeke asamukele isibhamu mawukuthi ke lesi sikhwama esasikusona lesi sibhamu sasingavalisekile noma esithi umlomo walesi sikhwama wawungasavuliwe.
And his evidence further is to the effect that at all material times when this firearm was in his possession, it was sealed. The bag was sealed.
Uthi ngaso sonke isikhathi isikhwama lesi masezandleni zakhe isikhwama lesi lesi sibhamu esasifakwe kusona sasivalisisiwe.
Now, when asked as to how did it then happen that Mangena would come and collect a bag, a firearm that was enclosed in a sealed bag that was broken, he said he could not answer that.
Manje ke uma ngena sakwazanga ukuchaza ukuthi yini indaba yena amukele isibhamu esisesikhwameni esingavalisisiwe.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ngoba, it's not Mr. Mangena who could not explain. It is Mr. Muchali. When asked as to why would then Mr. Mangena state that the firearm that he received at Cleveland was packaged in a broken seal bag.
No, umtshali ke lo obechaza ubephendula ukuthi akazi ukuthi uMangena wayesamukela kanjani isibhamu esisesikhwameni esingavalisisiwe.
But nonetheless, Mr. Mangena took that firearm, took it to the forensic science laboratory and proceeded to conduct his examination.
Nanoma kunjalo ke uMangena wasithatha lesi sibhamu wahamba naso National Forensic Laboratory wafika wayosihlola.
Forensic Science Laboratory South Africa does not accept, and Mr. Mangena is a senior member of the Forensic Science Laboratory, not so?
Futhi ke National Forensic Laboratory ayizamukeli izinto ezingekho ekhwameni ezivalisisiwe. Futhi ke Lieutenant Colonel Mangena omunye wabasebenza kule laboratory abasezingeni eliphezulu. Akunjani?
Do you understand up to that far?
I understand.
Yes, sis.
In the circumstances which have just been sketched now, yourself being a member of the Forensic Science Laboratory of South Africa, was procedure followed?
Joba nawe omunye osenza lapha National Forensic Laboratory inqubo ilandelwe yini?
My answer cannot be detached completely from what happened at that time.
Yes.
Cha impendulo yami angeke ichezuke kuloko bese kubekile.
Okay, let us categorize your answer. on the phase of it, prima facie, was procedure followed?
Cha sikhulume nje ukuthi ke uma sesibuka kafushane inqubo ilandela.
The generic procedure in the SAPS was followed.
Kusho ukuthi ke inqubo ejwayelekile yase siphoyiseni yona yayilandela.
Why I'm saying so is because the firearm, according to information that has just been supplied
Yes.
to me now, Mangena did not just go to the station, took the firearm and left with it.
Ngoba ke kulo ulwazi lokho esenginikwe lona uma ngena akazange aya lapha e-police station wafika nje wathatha isibhamu wahamba.
He booked it at the police station,
Ufike ke wabhalisa ukuthi uyasikhipha.
which means that he completed the SAP 13 or the exhibit register at that particular station.
Kusho ukuthi ke lapho wagcwalisa SAP 13 noma ke ile register kubhalwa kuyona izinto e-police station.
I can tell you that is not in dispute.
Cha lokho akunampikiswano ngakho.
So I was just explaining regarding the generic
Yes.
police procedure,
Yes.
Bengisachaza imithetho ejwayelekile esiphoyisa.
not the forensic procedure, the generic police the procedure actually that empowers a police officer to do certain things.
So besakhuluma nje ngenqubo ke gunyaza iphoyisa ukuthi lenze ngendlela ethize.
No, good. You are together there.
Hayi sisonke la.
So in terms of the police protocol, he is entitled, he is able to book it out.
Njengoba ke iphoyisa unemvume ukuthi angasekhipha ngaleyo ndlela.
We together is
However, I'm going to admit that there was a slight deviation from the normal course.
Kodwa ke ngisovuma ukuthi kuqhubeka kwaba khona ukuthezuka kule nqubo ejwayelekile.
With respect to the ordinary forensic science procedure.
Ukuthi ke le inqubo esetshenziswa ku forensic laboratory yona khona la engalandelwanga khona ngendlela ejwayelekile.
Thank you, sir.
That is why I wanted to refer to Mangena's affidavit.
Yikho ke bengifuna ukuthi ngikhulume ngeaffidavit kaMangena.
No, that's not my duty to request you to refer to Mangena's affidavit. He has been there. The state should have requested him to refer to his affidavit.
Cha kona umsebenzi wami ukuthi ngikuthuma ukuthi hambe uyobuka i-affidavit kaMangena ube khona la umshushisi bekufanele kuyena othi akabheke i-affidavit yakhe.
I'm happy with your answer, though. Thank you.
But I've already indicated that my answer should not be divorced from the circumstances that existed.
Ngithi ke impendulo yami ayingakhishwa kulezi simo zazikhona ngaleso sikhathi.
Which circumstances you do not know?
No, I cannot just give
Ukuthi leso simo nawe awuzazi.
those circumstances are in the affidavit. Some of them are in the affidavit that I've seen yesterday.
Engeke lesi simo ikhona lapha kule affidavit engiyibone izolo.
My question is not based on whether circumstances are in the affidavit or not. I'm on a specific point of procedure. And we have stated very well that there was a deviation from the known procedure. It is documented, it is on record. No matter how much you try to justify what happened there, your word that there was a deviation from normal procedure stands. And I'm going to request you, sir. You know, sometimes they say experts are what they are called hired guns. You see, I perceive your responsibilities as standing there as not being a hired gun, not so.
Can I please ask you to say all of that in chunks?
Bit by bit. Thank you. I am saying your answer that there was deviation from the known procedure is already on record.
Impendulo yakho ukuthi ke kube khona ukuthezuka kule nqubo ejwayelekile sekuqoshiwe.
Now, it doesn't matter how much you try to justify what could have happened in this case because you're not privy to the facts of what happened at Cleveland.
Ngeke wena ke awukwazi ke ukuthi ungasichazela ukuthi usuke kuloko osekubekiwe ngoba ulwazi lwakho alifinyelele ekutheni ukwazi ukuthi kwenzekani eCleveland.
And my final note on that regard was, I hope you are not there. We are not standing there as a hired gun, because in certain circumstances, experts would be referred to what is known as them being hired guns. I perceive your responsibility is standing there as a responsibility to try and assist the court.
As a quick please, my lord. Well, firstly, I think the word hired gun is inappropriate to this witness. It implies something nefarious. This witness is under oath and he's here to assist the court. But secondly, my lord, the witness has given a twofold answer to my learned friends. He said there's a generic procedure in the South African police, and that procedure has been complied with. He then said in the forensic world, perhaps there was a slight deviation, and he wanted to refer to the affidavit of Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, but my learned friend seizes that one aspect and doesn't look at the answer of the witness in totality. We submit, my lord, that that's unfair. The witness should be allowed to elaborate on his answer, and my learned friend cannot just seize one aspect of his answer and focus solely on that, my lord. It must be looked to in totality.
Thank you, my lord. Let me quickly respond. The witness is not there to elaborate. He's there to answer my questions. If the state feels the need that there's something that he wants to pursue after my cross-examination, re-examination is still coming.
Are you saying the witness is not allowed to elaborate? This is an expert.
Understand, my lord. I am giving this response.
His profession and knowledge and proficiency,
Yes.
entitles him to elaborate. Now you're saying he mustn't elaborate, he must just come and give evidence like me.
My lord, I am saying,
I agree.
I am responding to what my learned colleague from the state is saying, that the witness must elaborate. I am saying he will only elaborate if I request him to elaborate, as I've did earlier on. But for now, is to give me direct answers. If the state feels that there's a gap that they want to close, subsequent to this cross-examination by requesting him to elaborate, they can do that through re-examination.
General, in this court, if you are asked the question, you are entitled to answer it in the manner you think you should answer it. If that answer is relevant, Mr. Nisi will argue later that your answers were irrelevant. But in this court, no witness should be gagged. No witness should be gagged. If he wants to elaborate, let him elaborate. I don't know what he wants to elaborate and say, but you can't stop him to.
My lord, as I'm saying, I'm responding to the state's objection.
Okay, fine.
If the state wants him to elaborate, subsequent to issues that have been raised under cross-examination, they will have re-examination where they will request this witness to elaborate. I can also not be gagged, my lord, in the course of my cross-examination.
No, you're not.
Yes.
Obviously not.
Thank you,
And
my
you know
lord.
what? The funny thing is, you are telling this witness that there are certain aspects of the evidence which he's not aware of, which is true.
Yes.
But now he says the affidavit of Mangena was brought to his attention yesterday. Now he wants to elaborate on that aspect, as I understand him, because he has said that generically he has responded to the question. But there are a myriad, which he says, a myriad of exceptions or exceptional circumstances which may color his answer. Am I right, sir?
That is correct, my
Or
lord.
I'm just sitting somewhere.
No, that is correct, my lord.
I'm not
And then,
against.
for instance,
Yes.
then he mentioned one, for instance, aspect which falls under the generic of what normally happens. He says bullets which, for instance, are placed in the ibis center. Some of them come there without being encased in exhibit bags.
No, madam, I did not ask him about bullets. I've always been referring him to a
No, this is what
firearms.
he's, no, Mr. May I listen? This
Okay.
is what he says as an expert. He says one of the deviations is bullets which are stored in the IBIS center. They are brought in there without being in containers or in evidence bags. Are you not saying that's it?
I was referring to firearms, my lord.
Yeah, fine. Yeah, firearms. Yeah.
Thank you, my lord. But nonetheless, if the state feels that there is something that they want to clear with this witness, it be Mangena's affidavit or what, the state will have an opportunity to make a follow-up on that when they re-examine this witness. The law is very clear.
Okay, let's proceed, please.
Thank you, my lords. Now, I'm a bit, I need to reshape my mind, my lords. I'm going to request the court to bear with me as I try to reshape my mind. Thank you, sir. Now we sort of had exhausted this Cleveland thing, the bullet thing that was fetched from Cleveland in an open seal bag. Now we are in the premises of the South African Forensic Science Laboratory.
Manje sisemagcekeni National Forensic Laboratory.
Now, is it correct that items that get into the Forensic Science Laboratory, the ballistic section thereof, must get in there following a certain protocol?
Manje ke kukhona yini indlela efanele ilandelwe uma ukuthi kukhona izinto ezifanele zingene lapha in-National Forensic Laboratory ngisho ke ziqonde endaweni yokuthi zigcine ku-section ye-ballistic.
That is correct.
Yebo kunjani?
And that protocol is that each item that gets into the premises of the Forensic Science Laboratory needs to be registered with the administrative section thereof, so that it is known at that particular moment that such an exhibit is now within the premises of the Forensic Science Laboratory, not so?
Kuyiqiniso yini ukuthi izinto ezingena lapha e-laboratory zifanele zibhaliswe ne-administration yalapha kwa-National National Forensic Laboratory ukuze kwaziwe ukuthi leyo mbukiso leyo ikhona lapho ngaphakathi kwe-National Forensic Laboratory, akunjalo?
That is correct.
Yebo kunjalo?
Thank you. Now let's go back to the Marikana example. Now, Mr. Peters went to Marikana and collected more than 600 firearms.
Peter sewaya eMarikana ufika walanda izibhamu ezingaphezulu kwamakhulu ayisithupha.
Let's assume more than 600. You might not know the number, but I can tell you it was more than 600.
Nanoma singayazike ukuthi lezi bhamu zazingana kodwa ke asithathe ngokuthi zazingaphezulu kwamakhulu ayisithupha.
But the protocol is, upon his arrival at the Forensic Science Laboratory, he had those firearms registered in terms of the normal protocol, not so?
Kodwa ke umese fika lapha e-National Forensic Laboratory wafika wazibhalisa lezo sibhamu ngokulandela inqubo ye-laboratory.
That is correct.
Thank
Yebo
you.
kunjalo.
But he does not register them one by one.
Kodwa ke ekuzibhaliseni akake ngasibhalisi ngasinye.
Thank you. But the primary and what do they call it now? The main issue is that upon his arrival there, he registered those exhibits. No?
Kodwa ngingithanda ukuthi wathi umefika lapha wafika waziregister lezi mpahla.
I agree.
Thank you.
Vumelana na?
Why is it so that they should be registered?
Yini ke sifanele ziregister ke lezi mpahla?
So that we could be able to track the movement of evidence through the system.
Ukuze ukwazi ukulandelela ukuthi ke ama exhibit lawa ahamba ayephi ume ngaphansi kwesandla sethu.
Thank you. So that the personnel, that is the guys that are working at the forensic science laboratory, are able to track the movement of those exhibits. Thank you. On that note, I'm going to request the court that we have a short adjournment. I can feel that my throat is getting a little bit dry, so it's going to spoil the occasion, and I don't want it to happen. Thank you, madam.
11:12, 12 minutes after 11.
All right. to his laboratory when he returned with it from Cleveland and did some tests on it or analyzed it
This laboratory,
to his workstation within the laboratory.
you see.
So that's just the background.
Ngicazela ukuthi kwenzekani ukuthi uma ngena wathatha lesibhamu iya naso license la khona wafike wasihlola.
Thank you. Now, he then prepared an affidavit in terms of which he found that that firearm that he went to fetch from Cleveland is the firearm, according to him, the firearm from which the scene bullet or the bullet that was recovered at Fort Flores at a place where this incident took place was fired from.
Manje wasethola ukuthi le nhlamvu le ya elethiwe kusho ukuthi yadutshulwa yiso lesi sibhamu lesi le nhlamvu yatholakala la endaweni ke yobugebengu.
Now that is just by a bit of a background of what is happening. Now, he came and testified here at court. We know that after having done those analyses, he requested you to confirm them as per his testimony. He also requested 3 of his other colleagues to confirm or to override his findings, which were Fesser, Feljun, and Ntini. That is his evidence, and you and yourself as well as his colleagues.
Manje kuthi ke eseqedileke ukuhlola lesibhamu wayesecela ke uFesel noFelion noNtini nawe ukuthi nibukeze umsebenzi ayewenzile ekuhloleni lesi sibhamu kunjani?
I hear you.
Thank you. Now, is it correct that to one of the questions that was posed by my colleagues as to the procedure relating to the confirmation of results or their review in circumstances where the chief examiner finds that they are positive and he goes to his colleagues, he finds his colleague confirms his finding of positiveness, then in terms of protocol, then the matter would end there.
Kusho ukuthi ke uma ohlolayo uqala esehlolile wathola umphumela ubiza owesibili ukuthi akazoqinisekisa lo mphumela ngoba uthole umphumela owamukelekayo kusho ukuthi ke uvele kuphelele lapho akunjalo.
Yeah, that is correct, but I must also state that analysts are not prohibited from consulting other analysts.
Yes.
Yebo ngiyavumela lokho kodwa ke abahlazili laba abanqatshele ukuthi bangayo thola imbono kwabanye.
Thank you. Just to confirm and authenticate their finding, that's so.
Uqinisekisa ke imphumela abayitholile akunjalo.
Is it in respect of verification or confirmation opinion? I did not get the question well.
Angitholanga kumbuzo umbuzo wakho ukhuluma ngokuthola isiqinisekiso noma ukubukeza.
I don't know whether confirm, review, authentication, or opinion, they carry the same meaning. You got to tell us.
Onke lamagama kumina ngathi achaza into eyodwa mhlawumbe ningashare.
The person who verifies the finding will also complete a prescribed form, worksheet.
Manje kumuntu ke uqinisekisa ke umphumela uzogcwalisa ke form ethize
There might also be other people who just give opinion, but they don't complete anything, any document. They just give an opinion.
Abanye bengenza ke bazoletha imbono yabo mayelana nalomsebenzi kodwa akusho ukuthi nabo bafanele bagcwalise iform.
Are you done with your explanation?
Qedile ngicazelo yakho.
That is correct.
Yebo unjani?
Thank you. Now, I want to understand your explanation very clear. You say a person that confirms there's a form that they fill in. Let's segmentalize your answer.
The verifier completes a worksheet after he has verified the findings, like I did in this case.
Awubukezayo ke ugcwalisa isheet lela abale gcwalisayo njengoba nami ngenza.
Now, will that be the sheet that is presented to him by the chief examiner?
Usho ukuthi ke leli khasi leli aligcwalisayo ulithola kulona ahlola kuqala.
The sheet is part of the case file.
Yeah.
Leli khasi ke leli aligcwalisayo ke lifakwa ngaphakathi kwefile ya leli cala.
Thank you. Now, those that would also be involved, you refer to siphoning opinion from them. What is it that they necessarily do?
Manje ke labo okucelwa kubona ukuthi nabo abafake yabo imbono yini ke abayenzayo?
They can only give opinion after viewing the specimen under the microscope as well.
Ba nika ke imbono yabo emva kokuthi nabo bahlole ispecimen lesingaphansi kwe-microscope.
And they do not fill the specific form that you're referring to.
Utheka abaligcwalisi leli form leli okhulume ngayo.
Yeah, on their part is just an informal giving of opinion. It's not a formal thing.
Cha ubona ke nje ukuchaza ukunika ke nje imbono kafushana kona ukunika umbono umbiko ogcwele.
Thank you. Now, as per protocol, the reviewer or the confirmer and subsequent to those who are requested to opine on the results, are they by protocol required to submit affidavits?
Manje ke laba abukezayo nalaba abalethe imbono nje bayaphoqelwa yini ukuthi babhalise ama-affidavit?
Only the original examiner produces an affidavit.
Obhala ke i-affidavit yilo ohlolo kokuqala.
Thank you. Now, I don't want to say that you said that, but from what I got from your explanation of the operation at the Forensic Science Laboratory, there are protocols and there are exceptional circumstances where those protocols get deviated from, not so.
Utheke kukhona imithetho ke ukuthi ngaphansi kwezinye izimo kuyachezuka kuyona. Unjalo?
That is correct.
Yebo.
Thank you. Now, in terms of the review protocol, that is confirmation of the results, the standing rule is that the chief examiner would approach his colleague in circumstances where there's a positive finding, will approach his colleague, and if his colleague affirms his finding, then his colleague will pen an affidavit, and then his colleague, who is now the reviewer, will just fill in that information in the form and sign and say, in this regard, I totally agree with you. Is that how I understood your your explanation of the operation of the business in there.
Incazelo yakho ithe inqubo engisebenza ngayo ukuthi ke ohlolayo umhlolo oqala uyahlola bese bhala ke bese fila iform bese bhala affidavit. Emva kwaloko ke bese cela ke umunye osenza naye ukuthi akabuyekeze lo msebenzi awenzile bese ke uyafika ke naye uyahlola ke bese ke egcwalisa iform. Akukona lokho engikuzwe ukuthi kusetshenzwa ngaleyo nqubo.
The affidavit is compiled after the verification
Yes.
process. Affidavit ke ibhalwa emva kokubuyekeza.
Thank you, that's perfect. Now, what are circumstances that would necessitate a further consultation or a further request of opinion from members in circumstances where the results are positive?
Uma ukuthi ke kutholakala umphumela owamukelekayo yini ke ngenza ukuthi kudingeke abanye abazoqhubekela phambili bebukeza.
Can the question be specific, please?
Repeated. Thank you, I'm going to
Can
repeat it,
be
Lieutenant Colonel.
specific to this matter
Cela ukuthi umbuzo ke awuqonde ngqo kulolu daba
so that I can be able to give a direct answer.
ukuze ngilethe impendulo eqonde ngqo.
No, Colonel, it does not work out like that. You can't tell me how to ask my questions. Your duty is to answer my questions. You can't tell me what questions must I ask. It does not work out like that. Instead, it works in a different way. I ask questions. If you've got an answer to the question, you answer it. If you feel like you are unable to answer the question, you say, no, yeah, I can't commit myself. Do you understand? Do you understand?
I hear that.
Thank you. Now, the question is, in what circumstances or what would necessitate a chief examiner to approach further members to confirm his positive finding after he had received a confirmation from the reviewer? Angazi noma ngibeka kahle na.
Yesiphi
Yeah, that's the point. It's not an examiner, as I understand the evidence. It's an analyst. It could be a chief analyst, for instance, but it's not an examiner. Is that the position?
We use both words simultaneously, my
Yes.
lord.
Chief examiner or chief analyst?
They are forensic analysts, but sometimes we call them examiners as well.
Okay, fine.
Thank you,
And
madam.
then who's a verifier? Is there a verifier? Because I heard you saying you did the verification.
A verifier is a forensic analyst who is competent in that, competent and proficient in that type of examination.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Yes, if you can go on.
Thank you, ma'am.
Clarification about.
Yes. Now, my question is, did you understand it or should I repeat it?
To answer this question,
Yes.
once the findings have been verified, meaning that the verifier has completed the worksheet,
Yes.
he has appended his signature on the worksheet,
manje
Yes.
ke obuyekezayo ke uma sebuyekezile waseke egcwalisa ne-worksheet leyo
the process stops right there. Then the original examiner can compile an affidavit.
umsebenzi ke uyama lapho kusho ukuthi ke umhlolo ohlole kuqala usengayibhala i-affidavit.
Thank you. Thank you. Now we are done with the aspect of verification, the integrities and the dynamics involved in there, and thank you very much for your answer. Now, Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, after having analyzed these exhibits, having approached you to confirm his findings, and having prepared an affidavit in terms of section 212 of the Criminal Procedure Act, he then submitted to the state, and then subsequent to that, the court process then started.
Ushuthi emva kokuthi ke Lieutenant Colonel Mangena esehlolile wacela ke ukuthi kube nozobuyekeza emva kwasebhala ke i-affidavit kwase ke emva sekuyiwe enkantolo kanjani.
I hear that.
Thank you, sir. Then fast forward, he came here and testified about how he arrived at his findings.
Wafika ke la wachaza ukuthi wafinyelela kanjani kulesi sinqumo salomphumela uthola.
That is just by way of a background.
I hear that.
Thank you. Now, I must tell you that there seems to be a little dispute between the state and the defense with regard to what Mr. Mangena did.
Kukhona ke impikisano phakathi komshishisi nabameli mayelana nokuthi ngalendlela uMangena asebenza ngayo.
From my side, I cannot.
I'm sorry, just before you answer, I'm not so sure whether I was captured correctly, because I said there seems to be no dispute. I didn't say that there is a dispute.
That's what you said. A little dispute.
Yes, a little dispute. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Bengishilo ke ukuthi kukhona impikisana kubona sengathi khona impikisano encane.
Yes. But nonetheless, with regard to the firearm and the bullets which he took under his microscope, there's no dispute there. That is what I actually want to put forward to you.
Ngifuna ukubeka phambi kwakho ukuthi akukho mpikiswane mayelana nezinhlamvu azifaka ngaphansi kwe-microscope nesibhamu.
Thank you. Do you understand?
I hear that. I understand.
Thank you. Now, he comes and tells the court that he used the CMS method, consecutive matching striation method, in order to arrive at a finding that told him that the firearm that he retrieved from Cleveland is the firearm from which the scene exhibit or the scene bullet was fired from.
Uthi ke emva kwalokho ke wathi ke wasebenzisa i-CMS uhlobo lwe-CMS ukuthi ke akwazi ukuthi athole umphumela ukuthi le nhlamvu le ephuma endaweni yesigameko yajitshelwa yilesi sibhamu asithola eCleveland.
Do you understand?
I understand.
Ngiyakuzwa.
Thank you. Now, before I proceed, you also worked on the same exhibits, on some of the exhibits that were fired from the same firearm in order to affirm his finding, not so?
Shuthi nawe ke wahlola le mbukiso le ayihlolele ukuze nawe ufinyeleleke ku lo mphumela wawuthola unjani?
That is correct.
Yebo unjani?
Yeah, I think I won't waste time by repeating that you work on test bullet number 9 and test bullet number 4, and Mr. Mangena worked on test bullet number 5. I think Mr. Mangena worked on test bullet number 5 and 9, you worked on test bullet number 4 and 8 in order to compare those with the sin bullet. I won't get into that.
Angengene ekutheni wena wasebenzisa inhlamvu le test bullet number 4 and ne test bullet number 8 manje noma wasebenzisa le number manje wasebenzisa le test bullet number 5 and 9 ukuthi nifikelele esinqumeni sokuthi iyona lesibambe sadulale yanhlamvu.
Do you understand?
I understand.
Ithi yebo ngiyakuzwa.
Thank you. Now, on the test bullet, which is test bullet number 9, test bullet number 8, which you worked on, there are certain issues which were raised by Mr. Mangena with regard to the nature of the bullet, which is test bullet number 8 that he worked on. We are narrowing this discussion now.
Manje khona izinto aziphawula abamangena mayelana nale test bullet number 8 ayisenza kuyona.
Now, naturally, let me not say naturally, in terms of your ballistic expertise, you decided not to compare test bullet number 8 and test bullet number 9 because they were fired from the same firearm. So it dawned in your mind that it would just be a waste of time because in any event these bullets will be the same, not so.
When I was saying it test bullet number 8 and 9, nanoma esasithuthule isibhamu esisodwa kanjani?
That is not a correct representation of what I did.
Akuyona incazelo enhle yalokho engakwenza.
Maybe let me put my question in this way. Upon receipt of the file from Mr. Mangena, you worked on test bullet number 4 and on test bullet number 8, and you find that test bullet number 8 was a more convenient bullet on which you could then base your conclusion, and also on test bullet number 4, not so.
Manje uthoma usithola ifile uyithola kubamangena wena ke waseke uqoka ukuthi usenzise test bullet number 4 and number 8 ngoba beziveza umphumela omuhle akunjalo.
I checked all the test bullets,
Yes.
but at the end of the day, I settled with TB4 and test bullet number 8.
Yes.
Hayi ngihlola zonke lezi enhlamvu kodwa ke ngaseke ngiqoka number 4 no number 8.
Thank you. That is exactly what I'm saying.
Iwona lokho engishoyo.
Thank you. Now, let's look at test bullet number 8. Did you find any characteristics which you would be able to convey to this court as you looked at that bullet through your microscope? Distinct characteristics.
Manje musubheke le nhlamvu number 8 ukhona yini izimpawu ezithize owazibona kule nhlamvu lena ezingekho kwezinye inhlamvu ongakwazi ukuchazela inkantolo ngaso?
I have already demonstrated that to the court
Hayi bese ngikhombisile lokho enkantolo.
with respect to test bullet number 8.
Masikhuluma ke ngenhlamvu test bullet number 8.
Yeah, I need to simplify my question, you see. I'm not referring to the time when you compared the same bullet and test bullet number 8. Now, when you look at test bullet number 8 on its own, you see, individually, did you manage to identify certain characteristics that would have interested which would have been of interest in terms of your expertise that you can share this court with?
Ngithi mina le nhlamvu le number 8 angikhulumi ngokuthi wayiqhathanisa nale enye inhlamvu ephumela nesigaba. Sengikhuluma nge-test bullet number 8 iyodwa nje ukuthi zikhona yini izimpawu ezithize owathi uma uyihlola wazibona kule nhlamvu lena mhlambe kungathanda ukuthi mhlambe wathi usukwazela ukuziqaphela ongafisa ukuthi ke wethule lokho wakubona lapha enhlamvini la enkantolo.
TB8, I selected it because I saw better profile, marking profile on it.
Yes.
But not saying that the others did not have marks completely.
TB8 ngamkhetha ngoba ngabona kukhona izimpawu ezibonakala kangcono kungasho ukuthi lezi ezinye zazingenampawu.
So those are the only features of TB8 that you can tell this court about.
Ikona kuphela ukubonakala kule nhlamvu ku number 8 okwehlukayo kwezinye inhlamvu okwazile ukubona.
That is correct.
Yebo njalo.
Thank you. And what about TB4?
Manje TB4 yena uthini ngayo?
TB4 also, as I have already demonstrated to this court, TB4 also had converging similarities.
Yebo TB4 naye unazo izimpawu ezihlanganayo ndawuthize nale inhlamvu.
But in overall, TB8 was marked. The transfer on TB8 was better in relation to the transfer in TB4.
Kodwa ke ukudluliseka kwezimpawu lapha le nhlamvu number 8 kwakubonakala kangcono kucace kangcono kunokudluliseka kwezimpawu ku TB4.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Mangena told this court that although he could identify certain marks in TB9 which enabled him to compare, which enabled him to find a positive finding when he compared it with the same bullet, but there was a bit of a challenge with test bullet number 9, and I'm going to explain it to you. What is it that he said?
Lieutenant Colonel Mangena uthi yena ke noma ke wabona ukuthi ke uyakwazi ukuthi aqhathanise kalula inhlamvu leyo number 9 nenhlamvu ephuma endaweni yesigameko, kodwa kukhona izinselelo ahlangana nazo mayelana nale nhlamvu number 9.
And this is what, do you follow?
I follow.
Thank you. And this is what he said. Now he says in his determination of the striations on, let me start it this way. He said it is so that he found that there were striations in the exhibit bullet which he could compare with certain striations which were in the test bullet number 9.
Uthi yena khona imigqa ayibona ise kule nhlamvu le ephuma endaweni yesigameko yabona ukuthi yaqhathaniseka nemigqa etholakala kule nhlamvu test bullet number 9.
However, the challenge that he had is that the shape of the bullet was in the form of a concave. Concave, in other words, it had a ditch. It bended. It had a bent inward, a concave, yes. That is what, amongst others, that he told this court.
Uthi ke kukhona inselelo ayithola yokuthi la obusweni benhlamvu kwakukhona indawo la engathi inokuba nesigodi kancane esenza ukuthi impawu zingadluliseki kahle.
Now, at the area where there is that ditch, he could not find those striations.
Uthi ke mase fika lo mgodi la akhuluma ngawo le migqa le abeyifuna wayengayiboni kahle.
Do you understand?
I hear that.
Ngiyakuzwa.
Now, very interesting. We even gave him, I think the defense even requested him to demonstrate through a spirit level what is it that he was actually saying. Then he practically demonstrated that when he was in the box.
Never pass ukuthi akakhombise la enkantolo ukuthi yini la echaza ngayo.
Now, he said the bullet had a ditch.
Uthi ke kwakhona umgodi kwakhona lapha ebusweni bentamo.
Thank you. Now, you used the test bullet number 8 to do the same exercise that he was requested to do. The question is, did you find that test bullet number 8 also had a ditch, which prevented the spontaneous transfer of the striations?
Manje ngibuza ukuthi nawe ke wawubona yini lo mgojana la ukhuluma ngawo ukuthi wawubona enhlamvini unumber 9 wawubona yini kule nhlamvu number 8 wena lo wawufakaza ngayo?
I cannot remember all the details around the circumference of the bullet, but what I know is that I found sufficiency to be able to come to the conclusion I came.
Angeke ngakwazi ukukhumbula yonke imininingwane emayelana naleya nhlamvu leya, kodwa engikhumbulayo ukuthi ngathola izimpawu ezilingene ukuthi zingakwazi ukufinyelela emphumeleni wokufananisa.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, immediately what struck me very strange is the fact that Mr. Mangena says, when I analyzed this bullet, it had a ditch. It got fired from the same firearm that test bullet number 8 was fired from. Now, it struck me very strange as to how could it then be so that Mr. Serrero, not Mr. Lieutenant Colonel Serrero, decided to use bullet number 8 when Mr. Mangena actually did his test on bullet number 9, and bullet number 9 had a ditch. Did bullet number 8 have a ditch?
Ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi kukhona yini indawo la icindezeleke khona ibullet number 8 ngoba nakho sibona uLieutenant Colonel Mangena yena wakhetha ukusebenzisa inhlamvu leyo number 9, wena wakhetha ukusebenzisa number 8.
My lord, we want to make objections. Firstly, the witness is Lieutenant Colonel Serrero, not Serrero. And secondly,
I did not get that, my lord.
the witness is Lieutenant Colonel Serrero, not Serrero.
All right, I don't think that is material.
Yes,
I think it's just neither here nor there. When I say Serrero, I actually mean Serrero.
Yeah.
It's a surname that I'm not familiar to, but it's unlike Mahlangu, Bomtsweni, Bomtimunya, and Bomnisi, you see.
Well,
Thank you, madam.
Secondly, the evidence of Colonel Mangena is that he tested, he looked at all the test bullets and he positively identified all of them, but that, he chose to use bullet 5 and 9 because the transfer of marks was better. My colleagues keep on referring to the fact that bullet 9 had a ditch. I think the evidence of Lieutenant Colonel Mangena was because this was a CMJ, it's made of soft material, and it's sort of, there's an area where it bent a bit and did not transfer marks properly, but he did not use the word ditch.
Exactly, my lord. I think the court would understand that when I was trying to explain that bend a bit, I said I actually was struggling to get a proper weight, which is the reason why I actually put this witness at ease that in Mr. Mangena's demonstration, he even used a spirit level, a waterpass, to demonstrate that at a particular point, that bullet had a bend, a ditch. When I say a ditch, I mean that
An
bend.
indentation. That's the right word.
Yes, indentation, incidentation, man.
Indentation.
Indentation, man.
Is it there in ballistics, sir?
That the term exists, my lord.
Okay, fine.
Le
Yes.
igama lethiwa indentation kusho ukuthi ke ukwehla kancane ebusweni liyasetshenziswa nakwa-ballistic.
Thank you. That bullet had a ditch. When I say ditch, I refer to indentation. Now, I'm sorry.
Leyo nhlamvu leyo inokuhlehliseka okusho ukuthi ke sithi phecelezi ngesilungu i-indentation.
Now, did the bullet that you worked on to confirm Mangena's finding had that indentation? I think I need to repeat this word many times, my lord, because it's a bit of a tongue twister. It's indentation.
Manje kule nhlamvu kona uyisebenzisa nako ke lokuhlehliseka noma umgojana lokukhulunywa ngawo esithi phecelezi ngesilungu indentation.
The one that you worked on, bullet number 8,
Kukhulunywa ngale nhlamvu wena owasebenza ngayo.
or bullet number 4.
Sisho ke ubullet number 4.
It's bullet number 4 or bullet number 8. Did they have that incidentation?
So ngisho ke lezi nhlamvu ezimbili number 4 no number 8 wayenayo yini lokuhlehliseka.
I cannot recall because
Thank you.
there are several things, several marks that one is looking at around the circumference of the bullet, so I cannot recall.
Angisakhumbuli ngoba zazi iningi izinto engangifanele ngizibheke.
But surely say if it had that indentation, you would have realized it, not so?
Kodwa ke uba kwakukhona lokuhlehliseka lokhu ebusweni benhlamvu wawuyokubona ukuqaphela kunjalo.
I still stick to my answer to say that I cannot recall. I cannot mislead this court and say I saw it in detention or I did not see it. I can simply not recall.
Ukuthi nje angisakhumbula ukuthi ngayibona yini lokuhlehliseka noma ngizange ngikubone. Ukuthi nje into ekhona ukuthi angisakhumbula.
Thank you. Now, that is therefore an indication that your confirmation of Mangena's results were based on exhibits which did not exhibit similar characteristics.
Kodwa ukhona ukuthi umphumela wakho noma wawubheke inhlamvu eyodwa.
No, I mean his confirmation of Mr. Mangena's work to have been positive could not have been proper because they were working on exhibits which did not have similar characteristics. That is what I'm trying to say.
Ekushoyo ke ukuthi ke umphumela wakho noma kangena uzama umsebenzi wakho uqinisekisa umsebenzi wenziwa uMangena wawusebenzisa ke izinhlamvu ezingenazo ezingakhekanga ngendlela efanayo.
I have already explained that the ballistics is not based on the fact that the marks which are visible on even bullets fired from the same firearm, those marks are not microscopically identical. They are similar. They are similar to a certain degree. So what you see on test number 1 is not a photocopy of the surface of test bullet number 5 or number 6. The degree of similarity among the tests will show that they have a common origin, but it does not mean that they are microscopically identical, but they are similar to a high degree.
Ukuthi bawusizitholayo lapha kulezi inhlamvu ezihlolayo zinezinga elifanayo lezimpawu ezifana nayo kusho ukuthi ke uma uzibheka ngaphansi kwe-microscope uzobona ukuthi zifana ncimishi.
I can't dispute it. But what I'm saying to you, sir, is that the characteristics, the bullets, the way in which they look like, was not the same, because Mangenas had that had that ditch, that incidentation. The ones that you work upon, you cannot specifically say they had that ditch or not. So in other words,
ukuchaza ukuthi inhlamvu esetshenziswa uMangena yayinalokhu kwehliseka ebesikhuluma ngako. Uphawu lolu esingaliboni kule nhlamvu lezi wena owasebenzisa usho ukuthi zazingafani lezi nhlamvu ezimbili.
That statement will be correct only if we agree that marks on bullets are microscopically identical.
Singavumelana uma ukuthi siyazwana ngokuthi impawu zinhlamvini ngaphansi kwe-microscope ziyakwazi ukubonakala ukuthi ziyafana.
And it is not the case.
And akunjalo.
You don't seem to understand my question. So in other words, you're comparing stars, two stars that not were cooked from the same pot, if I were to say like that. In other words, the other exhibit had a ditch. The ones that you worked upon did not have a ditch. So how could you then have said that they match when the instrument that you were working upon to compare were not similar?
Bungakwazi kanjani ukuthi lezi zinto lezi nhlamvu zazifana uma ukuthi ke inhlamvu lezi ebusweni bazo sasingafani.
The test bullets were all fired from the same firearm.
Ama-test bullet wonke adutshulwa ngesibhamu esisodwa.
But because of reproducibility or transferability of marks, what you find on group number 1 for test number 1, for example, you may not find it adequately on test number 1. I mean to say on group number 1 of test number 2. I'm just making an example.
Letha isibonelo la sokuthi ke nanoma sidutshule isibhamu esisodwa kodwa ke impawu uzozithola lapha ku emseleni unumber 1 enhlamvini yokuqala akusho ukuthi uzozithola zinjengalewa uzibonile enhlamvini yokuqala enhlamvini yesibili.
That is why you must consider all the groups which are visible on the specimen.
Ufanele ubheke yonke imisele ekhona ekuzungezeni ezungezele lenhlamvu.
So the similarities, the total similarities against the differences will tell you whether or not those specimens have a common origin.
Futhi ke ukufanana konke okukhona nokwehlukana konke okukhona ikona okuzokutshela ukuthi lezi nhlamvu ziyafana yini.
Thank you, sir. I hear your explanation. Now, I'm going to put it to you, sir, that based on the characters that Mr. Mangena told this court that the bullet number 9 exhibited, on which he based his finding, and the fact that you could not identify those characters, that ditchy character, on the bullets that you worked on.
Lizimpawu wena uMangena azithola enhlamvini leyo number 9 wena ungakwazanga ukuzibona.
You could therefore not have come to the conclusion that the bullet that Mr. Mangena said was fired from the firearm. Test bullet number 9 that was fired from the firearm that he went to fetch at Cleveland. You could not have confirmed that those that were fired by you as well could have been fired by the same firearm because of the differences in the structure of the bullet.
Nje kungeke ukwazi ukuthi ke le inhlamvu lena ayajujula umangena ngilesibhamu esivele Cleveland lezi inhlamvu wena wasidubula ungeke usho ukuthi lezi inhlamvu lezi ngempela zasidujule yiso leso sibhamu.
That is incorrect.
Cha akulona iqiniso lo.
Thank you. Let's proceed. Now, striations. Before I get to that, you said the results with regard to the results, you go through a microscope, you find that there are similarities in terms of striations or the pattern matching. The interpretation of those results is subjective, not so.
Ndinga musutholeke lemigqa oyibonile usenza pattern matches noma i-SMS usho ukuthi ke ekuletha umbiko mayelana naloko ukuthi umphumela unjani usho ukuthi lokho kuchemile akunjalo.
That is correct.
Yebo unjalo.
Thank you. Now, would the finding whether a certain mark in a bullet constitute a striation be a subjective one or not?
Manje ukubona ukuthi inhlamvu inomugqa othile owuphawu lokho kuphuma ekutheni ubani obhekile noma kunjani.
The marks that are on the surface of the specimen, they form objective facts.
Manje lokho impawu ke lesi sithola ke etholakala ebusweni benhlamvu into efana nayo nanoma ubani oyibhekile.
So, in other words, you cannot look at the mark and say, from my viewpoint, no, this is not a striation. And somebody comes and say, no, from my viewpoint, this is a striation. In other words, a striation remains a striation, whether you like it or not.
Usho ukuthi ke uma kukhona umugqa okhona umubonile wena akusho angeke kwenzeke ukuthi omunye aphinde azobheka athi cha awukho umugqa lo wena uthi ubonile. Uma kukhona umugqa ukhona umugqa uphikiseke kanjani.
When the marks are there, they are there. So the person who view the specimen, he must interpret what he see on the specimen.
Imigqa ukhona lo mugqa kodwa ke umuntu ofika azobheka ufanele ke abe naloku ukuthi ke azochaza kahle ukuthi yini lento ayibonayo.
If I just use simple terms, maybe yes, I can say what is on the surface of the specimen is decoded. I mean, it's encoded. So
what?
He is encoded.
He must decode.
Yes, he must decode it.
Okay.
Meaning that he must be able to identify it.
Yes.
It is there, but it is now up to the analyst to decode, to identify what he sees.
Yes.
And that will depend on his level of training.
Nje ukuthi akwazi ukubona imigqa ekhona lapha ebusweni benhlamvu lona ke obhekayo ufanele abheke bese enza lokhu kuthiwa isilungu ukudecode kusho ukuthi uguqula lokho akubonayo kube okuchazekayo uma ke esekubonileke lokho ke bese ke iyakwazi ukuthi akuchaze ukuthi kuyini.
That is my question. I am saying the determination of whether a mark as it is seen under a microscope is constituting a striation or not. Is it a subjective thing or is it an objective thing?
Ngibuzayo ukuthi mina uphawu lolu olubonakalayo lapha lokho kuthiwa striation imigqa le ebonakalayo lapha usho ukuthi kuncike kakhulu ekutheni umuntu unobuchwepheshe obungakanani.
Sorry, Mr. This witness is basically saying the marks
Yes,
are immutable.
yes,
They are there.
yes,
They are formed.
yes.
The only issue is the interpretation or the decoding of the marks, as he says, which is exercised by an examiner. And that will depend on his training proficiency in the interpretation of those marks. But those marks are ineluctable. They are there.
We agree,
That's
my
what
lord.
he says, it's not me.
We agree that those marks are there.
Yes.
But my question is the interpretation
Oh, yeah.
of whether those marks constitute a striation or not.
Yeah.
Is it a subjective thing based on the fact, on the experience and the level of education of that person, or what?
ukuthi mina ngibuzayo ukuthi ke uma kukhona le miga ekhona leyo kusho ukuthi kuyikwazi ukuthi ibonakale le miga lena nokuchaza ukuthi ngempela ikhona kuncikile yini ekutheni lo muntu lo ufunde kangakanani futhi unekhona elingakanani.
Yes, the interpretation, that is the identification of those marks,
Yes.
is subjective in nature.
Thank you.
Cha ngikhuluma ukuhlonza nje leyo miga ikona ukuncike ekutheni lo muntu uqeqeshe kangakanani.
Thank you. Then that simply means that one expert might identify a certain mark as a striation and the other expert might differ with him, not so.
Lokho kuchaza ukuthi kukhona uchwepheshe ongabona umugqa bese ethi umugqa lona ebefika omunye athi cha akubona umugqa.
Is that what you're explaining?
Ikona lokho kushoyo.
Yes, if the other expert does not have adequate training, he will not be able to identify what is already on the specimen.
Ya umenge qeqeshiwe ngokulingene lo omunye uchwepheshe angeke akwazi ukubona lokho okukhonjwayo.
Let's, this expert went to school on the 1st of January 2024. They were trained for 3 years. And the first expert is 24 years in the service. The other expert has got exactly 24 years. The experience is similar in all material respects. Let's not try to say the other one is less experienced. But now the principle is, one expert can say this is a striation and the other can say no, according to me, this is not a striation, who have the same qualification and the same level of experience. That is the case. That's what we're trying to explain, not so.
Okuchazayo ukuthi ngenzeka ukuthi kube nochwepheshe abafunde ngokulingana kodwa komunye athi yebo ngiyabona umugqa omunye athi cha nguboni.
The other expert, if he uses the wrong technique, but the wrong technique goes back to skill.
Ya umesenzisa indlela ke engeyinhle kodwa ke masikhuluma ngendlela engenhle sisabuyela vele kulokhu ukuthi uqeqeshwe kanjani.
I cannot escape the question of skill, knowledge and skill.
Angeke sikwazi ukubalekela ke indaba yokuqeqesheka.
Because even the theory we rely upon, that is knowledge.
Yes.
And when you operationalize it, you put it in practice,
Yes.
you are building a skill. So I cannot state anything outside the parameters of knowledge and skill.
Yebo, nale theory siyifundiswayo ekugcineni siyifunde bese siyoyisebenzisa.
Thank you.
Ikho ngithi asikwazi ukubalekela ukuthi kukhona ukuqeqesheka nolwazi.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel. But we are agreeing that subjectively one expert may say this is a striation, the other one may say this is not a striation. The interpretation of what they see there, it's subjective.
Usho ukuthi ngibona kochwepheshe abehlukile omunye angabona bese ethi ukhona umugqa omunye athebhekile abone sengathi awukho umugqa ngale ndlela ababheka ngokwehlukile.
It may happen,
Thank
yes,
you.
if the level of skill, knowledge and skill is not the same.
Uma ukuthi ke ulwazi lwabo nokuqeqesheka kwabo akulingani kungenzeka.
Thank you. Now let's come to the method of counting this striation, which are found in same relative area or position.
Asikhulume ngokubala imigqa le ebonakala isendaweni efana nayo.
Now, in circumstances where the CMS theory of determination is used.
Laphoekusetshenziswa khona ke i-theory lena ye-CMS.
Thank you. Now, you had explained what relative position mean in very clear and certain terms.
Usuchazile ukuthi i-relative position noma indawo lapho kutholakala uphawu kuyini.
Now, you had introduced your curriculum vitae as, amongst others, you said you were a teacher. You go out and give lectures on ballistic activities and all those things. In other words, you go out and teach students. It dawned to me that you probably, those new members that arrive at your section, you also take them through these theories, not so?
Usuchazile ukuthi ke ku-CV yakho achaza ukuthi ke unokuhamba uyahamba uyofundisa nabanye kusho ukuthi uma kukhona abasha abafika la kule section yethu nabo uyabafundisa njani.
It is correct until I assume the current role. When I assumed the role I'm currently in,
Yes.
I stopped presentations.
Uma sengifikele kulesi sigaba engikusona angisaqhubeki nokwethula izifundo.
Yes, but you are a teacher by blood, if I were to put it that way.
Hayi kusho ukuthi ke kusegazini kwena ukufundisa. Mangabeka kanjalo.
I hear that.
Ngiyakuzwa.
Thank you. Now, how do you count this striation that are found in same relative area?
Manje ke lemigqa lenako oyithola ke isendaweni efana nayo uyibala kanjani?
Just take us through that process.
Ngase chazela ke ukuthi inqubo ihamba kanjani.
As I've indicated,
Yes.
that I follow the dominant and the old traditional method,
Yes.
pattern matching method.
Njengoba sengichazile ngisebenzisa inqubo ejwayelekile endala.
Yes. Which is
The pattern matching method.
pattern matching.
Yile i-pattern matching method kusho ukuthi ke ukuhlola ke ama-pattern abonakalayo.
Yes.
So you'll compare the two surface contours of the marks.
Kusho ukuthi uzohlola ke lobuso la ebusweni balezi inhlamvu ukuthi kukanjani.
Yes.
Within which there will be ridges. That is the raised part of the mark.
Kusho ukuthi kunazaba nala ubuso bele nhlamvu buphakeme khona.
And there will be valleys. That is the the bottom part of the mark.
Kusho uzoba khona le ndawo la kunesigodi khona.
Yes.
And then you also study the profile of the general profile of the surface contour.
Kusho ukuthi uzobheka ne profile yobuso benhlamvu.
Yes.
Then you consider the space between the marks, that is the space between the ridges.
Manje kusho ukuthi lapho uzobheka ukuthi amabanga angakanani phakathi kwa lapho kuphakeme khona.
Then you consider the width of the valley.
Kusho ukuthi ke lezi zigodi uzobheka ke nokuthi zinobubanzi obungakanani.
You consider the depth of the valley.
Usho nokuthi ke ijule kangakanani ke lezi zigodi.
And those, then you must consider the spatial relationship between the marks.
Manje ke usuzobheka ke nokuthi ke amabanga akhona phakathi kwalezi impawu ahleli kanjani.
Yes.
And that must be similar on the like left and right.
Yes.
Kusho ukuthi ke kule luhlangothi lokwesokunxele na kulolu kusho ukuthi enye inhlamvu kufanele kube okufana nayo nanoma ubheka ngokwesokudla kulenye inhlamvu.
Thank you.
And those marks must be at the same relative position.
Kusho ke lezi impawu lezi kufanele zitholakale endaweni efananayo.
Meaning that when the marks on the exhibit part are on the nose of the bullet, the marks on the test specimen must also be on the nose of the bullet.
Kusho ke uma kuwukuthi lelo phawu oluthola lapha enhlamvini ke umbukiso ye-exhibition bullet ufanele uma kuwukuthi utholakala ekhaleni layo lolu phawu lolu olubhekile nakule nhlamvu ke le ye-test lolu phawu lolu olubheke ngale lufanele lutholakale endaweni efananayo ukuthi ekhaleni lale nhlamvu ekuhlolwa ngayo i-test bullet.
Yes.
On the same position, same relative position within the groove or on the land.
Kusho ukuthi kufanele kube sendaweni eqhathanisekayo.
Yes.
So when that is studied, it will determine and you will consider the similarities against the differences that will exist.
Kusho ukuthi uma ubheka kanjalo siyobheka ke ukufanana noma ukwehlukana.
Then you will continue the same exercise throughout the whole circumference of the bullet.
Kusho ukuthi ke usuzosungeza yonke ke inhlamvu lokhu ubheka ngaleyo ndlela.
When correspondence of marks is higher, that is when similarities are higher than the differences.
Uma ke uthola ukuthi kufanana nayo kusezingeni ngaphezulu kakhulu kwelokuhlukana.
We are able to make a positive identification.
Uyakwazi ukubona ukuthi lezi inhlamvu zinezimpawu ezifanayo.
Yes.
So that is the procedure that I followed.
Iyona ke inqubo engiyilandelile.
Okay, thank you, sir. Maybe you did not understand my question. My question was, in relation to what Mr. Mangena said, use CMS to find a match. This CMS method to find a match. In other words, the usage of striations. Now, I was requesting you to explain to this court, how do you count this striation in order to get the determination that there's a match?
Uthi manje uthi ayena usenzise i-CMS usuthi ubala imigqa. Ufuna ukwazi ukuthi usenzise kanjani ke i-CMS le ukubona ukuthi ke kunokufanana na kulezi inhlamvu.
In other words, how do you count this striation for them to constitute a match?
Manje ke wena ke uyibala kanjani ke le migqa lo ohlangana nayo lapha ukuze uthi wena yebo iyafanana?
I did not use the CMS approach.
Ngizange ngisebenzise i-CMS approach.
Yes, that I do understand. I mean, as an expert, you said the pattern matching and the CMS method are mutually inclusive. In other words, there's nothing wrong in one member using a pattern match and there's nothing wrong in the other member using a CMS to do a determination or to do an analysis. Now, as an expert, I'm requesting you to assist this court. When you are using CMS as a method of comparison, how do you then count this striation?
Uthawa i-pattern matching ne-CMS zenza into efananayo. Manje ke ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi njengochwepheshe wena ububala kanjani uma usebenzisa i-CMS ukuthi imigqa uyibala kanjani ukuthi iyafanana?
The approach of CMS, as I understand it, although I did not apply it or I don't apply it, it states that there should be consecutive.
Let's come here. You say you never used CMS in any of your analysis.
Uthi-ke wena uzange uyisebenzise i-CMS ehlaziyeni kwakho?
I use pattern matching because it is a standard method that we
Ngisebenzise
use.
i-pattern matching ngoba inqubo le ejwayelekile esiyisilandelelayo.
Lieutenant Colonel, please understand my question. My question is, are you saying that in any of the experiments, that in any of the analysis that you did, you never used CMS?
Awuzwisambuzo wami ukuthi wena uthi awukazi usebenzisa i-CMS kulokhu hlaziyo obukwenza?
I use pattern matching as it is a method that is as it is a method that we use currently at office.
Ngisebenziseke i-pattern matching ngoba kuyile ndlela eyinqubo esenza ngayo.
So am I then correct to understand you to mean that there's no analysis that you ever used where you used CMS as a method of analysis? You used only up to this stage. You have been using only pattern matching because that's a required standard of the theory that should be used.
Ochazayo-ke ukuthi wena awukazi uyisebenzisa i-CMS ukuyofikela namhlanje ukuthi wena ubusebenzisa kuphela i-pattern matching method ngoba yile method eniyisebenzisayo.
From my side, yes, I use pattern matching.
Yebo, ehlangothini lwami senzisana i-pattern matching.
Thank you. My lord, I realize that we left with, it's actually 1:45, that is 15 minutes to 1 o'clock. I don't know, there is something that is bugging me here. I don't know, may we take an early adjournment, my lord? I don't know what is happening. I feel like I'm getting a bit dizzy.
What do you mean early adjournment? You mean we must adjourn for the day?
No, my lord, for the lunchtime. There's something that is making me dizzy, I don't know what it is. I want to be very sincere, man.
Too much muti.
Maybe, my lord. And I can see where it comes from. Thank you, my lord.
Maybe even the judges got bells here.
Yes. Thank you, man. when this witness has said it in no uncertain terms that 2 is enough where there's a positive match, my assertion therefore is this was not a clear-cut case, it was a borderline case, that simply meant that Mr. Mangena was saying, you know what, I'm not sure here. Let me go to the third one. He still could not assure himself that his findings were certain. Then he went to a fourth one. He went to June. He said, no, I'm not sure. He went to Fesser. He said, no, I can still not satisfied. And then he went to Ntini.
Fine.
Yes, that is my assertion. And the reason why he did that, because this was not a clear-cut case. It was a borderline case.
Now, fine. I hear the assertion. You're entitled to put it.
Yes.
But Mangena's evidence is that they agreed with me.
Yes.
Yes.
In terms of the results, yes.
And they
this
agreed with me. And
Yes.
then this other piece of evidence is I'm 100% certain.
My lord.
That's Mangena's evidence. No, you can argue whatever you want to argue.
Yes.
But in this court, that's what Mangena said.
I don't dispute that, my lord. Mangena said, yes, I find a positive match. I took it to Mr. Serrero. He agreed with me. And Mr. Serrero's, Lieutenant Colonel Serrero says, where there's a positive match, is the examiner who must pen an affidavit and the affirmer of his results, who is me. Beyond that, there should not be anything. Now, I am saying, for the fact that Mr. Mangena went on to consult other 3 people to confirm his positive results, that is an indication that this was not a clear-cut case.
Okay, fine. No
It
problem.
was a difficult case. Yeah. Thank you, my lord. Finally, sir, let me put it to you that I've got no further questions to you. Thank you.
There's any re-exam?
Just picking up from this last aspect by Advocate Nisi. Is it an acceptable practice in the forensic community to seek the opinion of your colleagues?
indlela enijwayele ukuthi kwenziwe ngayo ukuthi ke lapha ka forensic laboratory nihambe niyofuna ke imibono yabanye anisebenza nabo.
That is correct. Analysts are allowed to consult each other.
Yebo, abahlanzi bavunyelwe ukuthi ke baxoxisane babonisane.
But you testify that there's only one verifier, is that correct?
Kodwa uthe munye kuphela obuyekezayo.
That is correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
And you also testify that those colleagues who give an opinion, they can only do so after viewing the specimen.
Uthi labo ke abaletha imibono yabo bayiletha emva kokuthi babheke lokho kuhlolwayo akunjalo.
That is correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
And you mentioned that this exchange of opinions is an informal process.
That is correct, my lord.
Athi ke lokhu kulona kubonisana kuyabonisana nje kodwa ke akubekwa nje ngokusemthethweni.
And that those who furnish such opinion do not need to complete any worksheet.
Kusho ukuthi nalabo abaletha ke leyo mbono yabo abadingeki ukuthi bagcwalise amakhasi athize.
That is correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
Now, during cross-examination by Advocate Nisi, when he was cross-examining you on the procedure followed by Lieutenant Colonel Mangena in collecting the firearm from Cleveland Police Station and how he dealt with it thereafter, you wanted to refer to the exhibit of Colonel Mangena
Isikhathi kokuzwa umbuzo mayelana nokulanda kwesibhamu ilanda Lieutenant Colonel Mangena Ukufune ukuthi uyobuka ke umbukiso lo we-affidavit ebhalwe uMangena kunjalo?
That is correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
And you mentioned that this affidavit was pointed to you yesterday. You were referred to this affidavit yesterday.
Ushileke nokuthi uholelwe kule affidavit izo.
That is correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
Just want to show you an exhibit that was referred to yesterday. You can indicate if this is the same affidavit that you referred to. This exhibit X13B. And there's also exhibit 13C. If you can just check those exhibits.
13C.
Yes. But if you can start with exhibit X13C, page 4. In particular, paragraph 6 thereof.
Paragraph 6.
Exhibit 13, X13C. Paragraph 3. Yes. Is it subjective or objective?
base bakubuza ukuthi ke uphawu olubonakala ngaphansi kwe-microscope uphawu olungabonwa yinanombani lunjengoba lunjalo noma kuyehluka ukubuka kwabantu.
And you responded that yes, identification of those marks are subjective.
Ushiye ke ukuthi ukuchaza ke okubonwayo lapha ngaphansi kuyehluka kubantu.
But you testify that the marks on specimen form objective facts, is that correct?
Kodwa ke impawu ezingaphansi kwale ezibonakala lapha enhlamvini zona yizona ke lezi ezibonakala ukuthi azehluki nanoma sibheke ubani.
That is correct.
Yebo kunjalo.
And you testify that what is on the surface of a specimen is encoded. The marks are there, but these marks must be decoded and that by the analyst, and that depends on the level of training, knowledge and skill.
Utheke impawu ke ezilapha enhlamvini kufanele zibhekwe ebese ziyachazwa yilo sibhekile ukuthi ubonani.
That is correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
Is it the subjective element that you're referring to?
Uchaza ke manje ukuthi ukwehluka kwemibono yabantu lapho.
That is correct.
Yebo kunjalo.
Thank you, my lord. Don't have any further questions.
Yeah, just one. This, just display it on the mic, I mean on the screen there. It's exhibit L3. It's written exhibit bullet 217267/A2// test bullet different firearm. What do you understand by that image on the screen?
Yini oyitholayo ke ngale sisithombe esilapha escreen?
The two marks known to have been produced by two different tools were deliberately compared with each other.
Different tools. Which tools are those?
The firearms, my lord.
Firearms.
That is correct, my lord.
Two firearms.
Two different firearms.
Two
my lord.
different firearms.
That is correct, my lord.
Okay, fine.
This image was not produced by me, my lord. That is how it was explained to me. It is coming from the defense.
Okay.
Lana kubonakala isithombe ke la kubonakala kuthiwa khona lezi impawu lezi sishiye lidutshulwe izibhamu ezehlukile kudutshulwa ngesibhamu esodwa kodwa osethi ke akumina engishiye engenza lesi sithombe lesi ngisithole kubamini.
So an attempt was made to show that even in tool marks known to have been produced by two different tools, there could be a measure of similarity between them.
Kusho ukuthi lana bebezama ukukhombisa ukuthi nanoma ke izinhlamvu lezi zingabe zidutshulwe ngezibhamu ezehlukile kukhonyana ukuba ukufanana okubonakalayo izinga lokufanana elitholakalayo.
So this is a false match.
Kusho ukuthi ke lapha ke nanoma kukhona ukufanana ukufanana kodwa kungaholeli ekutheni kubonakala ukuthi lezi inhlamvu ezifananayo.
It is a measure of showing best known non-match.
ushuke lapha ukhombisa lento ekuthiwa i-best known non-match ukuthiwa nanoma kukhona ukufanana ukukhona kodwa kuyaziwa ukuthi akudutshulwanga ngebhamu ezifana nayo,
which is found in the theory of identification.
lokho ke kungaphansi kwe-theory of identification.
But when a positive identification is made,
Uma ke kuthole isibhamu inhlamvu efana nayo,
the agreement that must be present
kusho ukuthi ke ukuzwanana kwamaphuzu okukhona
must exceed the agreement that is represented by this photo.
kusho ukuthi kufanele kube kwesezingeni eliphezulu kakhulu kunaloko okubonakala kulesi sithombe.
As it can be seen that it is an agreement to a very small degree.
Njengoba kubonakala ke ukuthi lana ukufanana kusezingeni eliphansi kakhulu.
Under normal circumstances, the agreement will be indicated by a higher degree of corresponding features.
Manje ngendlela enjalo ke ukuzwana kufanele kuvezwe izinga eliphezulu lempawu efanayo,
where the dissimilarities will be in the far minority.
lapho ke ukwehluka kuyobe kusezingeni eliphansi.
Yeah, but pertinently to me, is it a scientific fact that no two barrels can produce the same image?
Kuyiqiniso yini ukuthi ayikho imibhobho emibili yesibhamu engaveza iy'thombe ezifanayo?
Each barrel will produce its own individual marks.
Kusho ukuthi umbhobho nombhobho uzokhipha iy'mpawu ezikhombisa ukuthi iwona lowo mbhobho kodwa zehlukile komunye umbhobho.
And is it correct? I read the literature, some of it anyway. Is it correct that that is unique to that particular barrel?
Kuyiqiniso yini ukuthi lezo mpawu lezo zingakhishwa kuphela yilowo mbhobho?
That is correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
Now, if Mokoteng now mixes two firearms and obviously knows the principle that it's a different firearm, but he uses the bullet in question, in this case, as a concomitant relative identification mark or tool. What does it show?
Yini ongakhombisa uma ukuthi kuhlanganiswa ibhamu ezimbili ukuthi zishiyeke izimpawu ezikhona la kulezi inhlamvu? Yini angayibonakala lapho?
I do not know the intention of showing this, but what I know, my lord, is that in tool marks known to have been produced by two different tools,
Manje impawu ezingashiwa ibhamu ezimbili ezahlukile,
you may find a measure of agreement to a very small degree.
kungenzeka uthole izimpawu ezinokufanana kodwa ke ukufanana lokho kube sezingeni eliphansi kakhulu.
But the disagreements must be much more significant than that agreement.
Kodwa ukusho ukuthi ke ukwehlukana kona kufanele kube sezingeni elikhulu kakhulu kunalokhu kufanana okutholakalayo.
So I do not know here whether the intention was to show that these marks will also be visible on two different specimens. I'm not sure because this photograph or this test was done by the defense, my lord.
Angazi ke ukuthi lana bekuzama ukhonjiswa ukuthi lo mphumela lo ungabonakala nakwezinye inhlamvu ngoba lesi sithombe lesi sakhiwe noma sethulwe abakwa defense.
Yeah, I listened to your evidence. You say, for instance, when Manganyi shot those 8 or 9 bullets, he used the same source. Or the source of origin is the same.
Ngizokuthiwa uKolonel Mangena umedubula zonke lezi inhlamvu wayedubula ngesibhamu esisodwa
because he was using one firearm.
ngoba usebenzisa isibhamu esisodwa.
That is correct, my lord. This, by the word source, I'm making reference to the firearm.
Yes.
Mbeke uma ngikhuluma ngolo msuka lo ngikhuluma ngesibhamu esisodwa.
And the comparative analysis logic dictates to me that because the theory or the principles say that no two barrels or guns or firearms can produce the same image, I'm putting it loosely, because of different rufflings and rilings. What would that experiment prove? What does it prove? In the greater scheme of things, when you know that the essence of the test is to show or disprove the fact that a particular firearm either shot or ejected a particular pellet or bullet or not, what would that be in aid of?
Manje lokhu ngabe uzama ukusiza ukwenza ukuthini ke lokho ngoba sazi ukuthi ke utheory ithi ke ibhamu embili azikwazi ukuthi sikhiphe izimpawu ezifananayo manje kulokhu ke ngazabe bazama ukuthi bakhombise ini.
When I compare this image to the rest of the court charts that I have prepared, I don't see any value in this photo, my lord.
Mangiqhathanisa lesi sithombe nalezi zithombe engisilethile la enkantolo angiboni lutho oluphathekayo esingathi lungasetshenziswa kulesi sithombe lesi.
Okay, lastly, your evidence is that you also had sight of the bullets shot by Mr. Manganya. Is it 8 or 9 of them? Using one particular firearm.
Kunazo lezi kwazile ukubona lezi inhlamvu ezidudule uLieutenant Colonel Mangena ngisho ibhamu ke ezingathi zishiyagalombili.
That is correct, my lord.
Yebo unjani?
You examined the 9 or 5, sorry, the 9 or 8.
Uzihlole zonke lezi inhlamvu ezishiyagalombili noma isishiyagalombili.
Yeah, projectiles under a microscope, a double microscope.
Uzihlole ngaphansi kwe-microscope.
That is correct, my lord. I examined 8 of them under the comparison microscope.
Comparison microscope.
That is
Yebo
correct.
ngizihlole zonke ngaphansi kwelo microscope esiza ukuqhathanisa.
Which actually focuses the two bullets into one.
That is correct, my lord. When you view through the eyepiece,
Yes.
the examiner is able to see the image from the left and the right-hand side simultaneously.
Simultaneously.
That is correct.
In Damon's 10, you see one bullet. I know there are two bullets, but the image you see, is it one or two images?
When the two images are fused together,
That's it.
it appears as if it is a single bullet.
Yes, sir. Fine.
Yebo uma sekubekwe lezi ithombe usuzibona ngaphansi kwe-microscope bonakala sengathi ubona isithombe esisodwa usho ukuthi ungathi bonakala ngathi ubona inhlamvu eyodwa.
Now, according to your opinion, because you tested, you used the microscope, the 9 bullets, and you eventually chose 2. Was this a borderline case?
Manje ke manje njengoba
In your view.
usuhlolileke wena wahlola zonke lezi inhlamvu kwase ukhetha embili ubona sengathi ke nje
Difficult
le
case or borderline case,
ibe
not clear cut.
ibingacacile yini kahle.
My lord, I cannot say it's a borderline case because the marks that I have demonstrated here, the amount or the quantity of lines that are visible do not show that it is a borderline case.
Hayi imigqa ebonakalayo la iyabonakala ukuthi akuyona lokhu ekuthiwa i-borderline case ukuthi semveleni ukuba kuthiwe ayicacile.
And that's exhibit what? On yours, not. I know the one by Mangenya is X13 6E6. Yours is what?
Mine is triple M,
Yeah, triple M.
1 in brackets.
Yeah.
It has 3 pages, my lord.
Yeah, fine. Okay, thank you.
My lord.
I say thank you.
Thank you, my lord.
So, sorry, my lord, I do have questions from the bench questions.
Is that procedure?
From the bench questions, it is procedure, my lord.
Is that so?
Yes.
I say, okay, fine.
Colonel, I just want to clarify, like I told you before, I'm not going to go into the striations with you because there's an expert retained for that purpose. So I cannot argue with you about the lines and whatever. I'm a legal person. Have you attended a course on CMS?
Angibuze angeke ngikhisane nawe ngemigqa ngoba khona ubuchwepheshe khona ozokwazi ukuchaza ngalokho. Engibuzayo nje ukuthi wakwafunda waya yini uyofundela i-CMS?
I was just attending internal presentations which were done at work.
Hayi ngafunda lokhu kwakwethulwa emsebenzini okwakwenziwa emsebenzini.
And the rest, I was leading the literature on CMS throughout the years.
In particular, the course I'm talking about, Colonel Mangena says he attended. Mr. Peters also says he attended the very same course by the founding fathers of CMS, Mr. Maddock and Mr. Moran. Did you attend that course?
That one I did not attend.
Okay. Now I'm just going to put this question. If you cannot answer, you cannot answer because our expert will come and testify as to the value that he attached to exhibit L3. And you've said that you also studied literature on CMS, correct?
That is correct.
Do you know a study by an examiner, analyst, and author, Bayasotti? B-A-S-O-T-T-I.
I know Bayasotti, yes.
And you know the study that he compared on random marks that will appear on the exhibit bullet and the test bullet in 25% of the cases that he studied using about 700 firearms. You know that study?
25% wala ebesenzisa khona ibhamu eziningi kwakhipha ukuthi 25% weyimpawu uveza ukufanana.
I know that study.
Yebo ngiyayazi.
Like I said, I'm not an expert. I was just putting that Mr. Dave Peterson will add the meat, the bone, and the muscles to those arguments. Thank you, my lord. I'm indebted.
Yes, Mr. Gomez-Zulu, any questions arising?
I've got no questions.
Mumalo?
Thank you, my lord. I have no questions.
I've got none as well. No question.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Khalishiwe. Are you still resident in Khalishiwe?
No, my lord, I left.
You left?
Yes.
Okay.
But our family does not originate from Khalishiwe.
Oh.
I stayed there, but my origin is not there.
It's from where?
We originate from closer to Hasbata, a place called Hasbata.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I know Hasbata. When I was in the northwest acting there.
Yes.
We used to have cases who Khalishiwe, Hasbata.
Yes, ma'am.
Udumo, all those areas.
Yes, ma'am.
So Mutswana wena kaneti.
Kimotswana, my lord.
Okay, thank you ever so much.
Thank you, madam.
Yes, Mr.
As a court, please, my lord. At this stage, the state seeks permission to hand up certain exhibits in terms of section 212, subsection 4
Okay.
of the Criminal Procedure Act. This is already on record, my lord. These are the affidavits of Captain Ntini and Captain Chrobla. I think her maiden surname is Felyun.
You intend calling Robla and Ntini?
We don't intend calling them, my lord.
Those affidavits, what are they for?
Yes, these affidavits merely confirm, my lord, that they gave microscopic opinion to Lieutenant Colonel Mangena.
Okay. Otto Mangena, not
No,
the gentleman here.
no, my lord.
Okay, Mangena, fine.
Yes, we submit that these affidavits complies with the provisions of section 2124 and that they should be admitted into the record. We've marked them, my lord. Exhibit N will be the affidavit of Captain Chrobla,
Right?
and Exhibit 000 will be the affidavit of Captain Ntini. Yes. But before we read them into the record,
Before you read them, Mr. Gomezulu, any objection?
There is no.
Yeah, we know the road relating to section 212, right?
That's correct.
4 and 8.
Yes.
So you are raising an objection.
I'm raising an objection, madam.
Right.
The basis for my objection is that firstly,
Yeah,
there is an existing ruling by this court
yes.
in terms of section 186. Those witnesses, they are the witnesses of the court.
Yeah, fine.
So the state cannot dictate how to present the evidence of the witnesses of the court.
Okay.
The court will bring its witnesses and both parties will then cross-examine from what they are going to tender as evidence before this court.
Mr.
My
Ramasipi,
lord, I do have an objection as well.
I also object as well, thank you.
Missy?
Definitely, I've got an objection, my lord, because on this document, they are saying on they are prima facie proof of their content. So we therefore putting the state to the proof of this
Zero.
document. Yes.
Yeah, there's an onus on them to approve them. Fine. And then the other thing is, you must tell me, you must guide me. You know, this is a lengthy trial. These witnesses, which I intend calling in terms of section 186, normally they should be called after your witness on ballistics has testified. Is that not so, Mr. Ngumali?
It is so.
Must be so. Mr.
Yes, it is so.
Ramsipi? That's it, yeah. So he wasn't say, I also busy my witnesses, man, jagasawa busy.
So you can't present evidence.
No, I mean, the ones I'm calling, the state can do whatever it wants. But the ones, if I intend calling witnesses in terms of 186 pertaining to the ballistic evidence, in this case, I've got to do that after the state, if at all, sorry, the defense, if at all, have called their witness, if they want to. They're not obliged. Are we understood?
I understand.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine.
yes, indeed, there is so much, but we just want to add that in the normal course of events, the state has got the first opportunity to call any witness, and if the state at the close of his case doesn't call the witness, it will make them available to the defense, and any party is entitled to call those witnesses, and the court may also call
Yeah,
those
right. That's the law. Yeah,
witnesses.
No problem.
I'm saying this in light of Mr. Mgomezulu's argument that these are witnesses for the court. They still remain state witnesses, and are mindful of what Advocate Nisi said, that they dispute their affidavits, but Section 2124, it's clear. The state will hand up these documents and affidavits and read them in the record as they remain prima facie proof until the contrary is proven.
So
It does not operate like that, my lord. Once we are putting the handing in of those documents, in challenge, then the state cannot simply say no, despite that contestation, I'm handing them in. Documents need to be handed in through those witnesses.
I'm listening to two senior advocates. And they're differing on an issue. Who should I listen to?
Yes.
Or maybe read that section.
Prima facie means precisely that.
It says go.
You can't just say, I dispute that, and then say you put the state to the proof of. You call witnesses to dispute what is contained in the affidavit. That's
Fine.
Yes, yeah.
But read that section. 212, subsection 4 and 8, I think, whatever.
Yes. Section 212 is as follows. Proof, the heading is proof of certain facts by affidavit or certificate. 212, subsection 1. Whenever in criminal proceedings, the question arises whether any particular act, transaction, or occurrence did or did not take place in any particular department or sub-department of the state or of a provincial administration or in any branch or office of such department or such sub-department or in any particular court of law or in any particular bank, or the question arises in such proceedings whether any particular functionary in any such department, sub-department, branch of office did or did not perform any particular act or did not take part in any particular transaction, a document purporting to be an affidavit made by a person who in that affidavit alleges, paragraph A, that he is in the service of the state or a provincial administration or of the bank in question, and that is employed in the particular department or sub-department or the particular branch or office thereof or in the particular court or bank. B, that Roman figure 1, if the act, transaction or occurrence in question had taken place in such department, sub-department, branch or office or in such court or bank, or Roman figure 2, if such functionary had performed such particular act or had taken part in such particular transaction, it would be in the ordinary course of events have come to his or the deponent's knowledge, and a record thereof available to him would have been kept, and I'll proceed to subsection 4, which is relevant.
Okay.
And it reads as follows. For paragraph A, whenever any fact established by any examination or process requiring any skill in Roman figure 1 in biology, chemistry, physics, astronomy, geography or geology, Roman figure 2, in mathematics, applied mathematics or mathematical statistics, or in the analysis of statistics, Roman figure 3, in computer science or in any discipline of engineering. 4, in anatomy or in human behavioral sciences, Roman figure 5, in biochemistry, in metallurgy, in microscopy, in any branch of pathology or in toxicology, or, and this is where these exhibits come in, Roman figure 6, in ballistics, in the identification of fingerprints or body prints or in the examination of disputed documents, is or may become relevant to the issue at criminal proceedings, a document purporting to be an affidavit made by a person who in that affidavit alleges that he or she is in the service of the state or of the provincial administration or any university in the republic or any body designated by the minister for the purpose of this subsection by notice in the Gazette, and that he or she has established such fact by means of such an examination or process shall, upon its mere production at such proceedings, be prima facie proof of such facts, provided that the person who may make such affidavit may, in any case in which skill is required in chemistry, anatomy, or pathology, issue a certificate in lieu of such affidavit. These are the relevant portions. So it's clear that these affidavits are on all fours, my lord, with the provisions of section 212, subsection 4.
We are all agreed. That's what the law says.
That is what the law says, my lord. However, mere production presupposes if they are not in contest. If they are not in contest, the state is put to the proof of those documents.
Now, the law says the mere production is prima facie evidence or proof, no?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. So the onus rests on who to disprove that?
Whoever wants to disprove them, my lord.
That's the point. So you can bring evidence to disprove.
No, my lord, it does not work out like that. It
Okay,
means
no,
there must be an agreement
okay,
between
fine.
us and the defense, I mean in the state.
Fine.
Yes.
You'll argue it further if you want to.
Thank you, my lord.
Because as I read the law, prima facie proof, it means the contents of the affidavit, because the deponent is normally a servant of the state, and he makes allegations regarding any aspect which relates to science, etc., geography, whatever. And that person, by mere making that affidavit, broadcasts to the world that he is an expert in that field. And if the defense says otherwise, they must disprove that. But the mere production of this document puts prima facie evidence before this court. That's how I understand the law. If you think I'm wrong, no problem.
Indeed, my lord, and we just want to briefly refer to this handbook by Himstra Criminal
Himstra.
Procedure.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's himself.
At page 212,
Right?
he says, he calls the case of R versus Jacobson and Levy, 1931 AD 466 at 478. It says prima facie evidence in its usual sense is used to mean prima facie proof of an issue, the burden of proving which is upon the party giving that evidence. In the absence of further evidence from the other side,
Conclusive.
the prima facie proof becomes conclusive proof, and the party giving it discharges his onus. And he goes on, if the accused does nothing to challenge prima facie proof, it becomes conclusive proof. And he further on says, the fact that the defense makes a statement that the contents of the certificate are not accepted, and this is what's happening here, does not affect the prima facie evidential value of that certificate. Evidential material has to be offered which rebuts the contents of the certificate. That's precisely what we say.
Okay, yeah. That's how I understand the law. Okay, are we tomorrow then?
Yes, we
Sitting
can.
at 10.
Yes, we can adjourn until tomorrow.
Okay, adjourn until 10 tomorrow.